I will wait to go to bed until you leave then. Yeah, dude, I'm fucking exhausted. I've been getting shit sleep for like the last week. Well, I'm gonna try going to bed early.
I think I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night.
Kid, we always sleep together.
It's true, you do. We have recordings of your snoring.
Stuffed animal?
You forget, Cat is dating me.
I know, but you're in recent.
I mean, recently, as in, been over a month now, so.
Yeah.
I was about to say, Jabroni, what is your reference for recent?
Like I got a job recently.
Isn't this a pleasant surprise? I didn't think you had it in you. Well. What do we have here? Oh, I see.
Do you have your own stream open? Do you have your own... Do you have the volume on? Then yes, you're hearing your own stream.
He's in
The
denial.
fuck you mean no? I oughta.
Fun, no our pants.
Good night, Cad.
The bacon. Hello, chat. How is everyone doing? Oh, I'm totally not. Okay. Hello, MVP. Hello, Fuzzy, Bob, Steve. Thank you guys for the resubs at 93 and 87 months, respectively. Holy cow. That's a lot. Hello, Yugi. Hello, Mallory. Hope you guys on the YouTube side of things are keeping it classy. We're going to kick things off here with JP. Today is going to be another story intense night. So we're going to be just kind of doing what we can on this. I'm hoping not to get distracted this time around, as I do need to push story as much as I can. Hello, Spartan. How are you doing today? Hello, Noblesque. Always love it when you guys keep showing up to stream, so thank you guys. I know my schedule's not super consistent anymore. It is what it is. Like, I didn't even realize today is Wednesday, and historically, over the past couple of months, I've been off on Wednesdays because it's been date night for us. But our schedule has just moved around almost perpetually at this point due to the challenges of two people with very different schedules trying to align them. Is it normal to read the whole main story till LB7 in exactly 3 months? I wouldn't say that that's that crazy. It's certainly a lot. Like, if all you're doing is just playing the game, it's understandable that you could do it in that time. If someone is like working a full-time job and doing that every night, it's still possible. But I'm gonna say, like, if they're not doing it every single night, then I don't know how doable something like that is. Hey, what's up, Pyong? Thank you, Alert Jay. We've made it to Hump Day. Congratulations, chat. You're more than halfway done with the week. I hate how catchy this version is. Cad, can I get a job for New Year's? Yeah, but are you being picky as to, like, what type of job you want? Because usually you can always get some kind of job. But some people have restrictions. Like, I know I get on to some of my buddies all the time because they don't necessarily have, like, the most autonomy. And so it's not easy for them to get jobs that are, like, far away and stuff. Last 2 weeks, I had to face ortho. Yeah. Yeah, Ort's gonna make that pretty rough. I promised a friend RE5, and so it shall be. That's so good. I appreciate the lurk either way. I don't expect you guys to be able to watch every single night or to be able to watch every single second of stream. So you guys know I appreciate the lurking. I appreciate the thought to at least come to stream. That's a huge thing for me. Up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up. Let me poke somebody and see if they're around. Okay. Paralegal entry level. Yeah, that can definitely be a little bit harder because then you have to find somebody that's actually hiring for that at the moment. And I don't know, but I assume that a lot of law firms are trying to use AI to cut corners on paralegal work. And I say this as just all the crap I keep hearing about lawyers using AI for things, which keeps getting them in trouble hilariously. Take a break. I've been working on family business until now. As long as you have some employment, it's at least something you can say you were doing and you weren't just sitting on your ass. Obviously, people that are in a professional field want to see that you're working in that field, but at the end of the day, it's not an immediate disqualifier. Could be on the TV, I just won't be chatting. Yeah, it's all good. Should we expect Lost Belt 5 Recollection campaign next week? What did I see? I saw that they were pulling something in early. Let me double check. And I thought, what can I do? Thunder. Yeah, late September is gonna be the Cosro drop event. So we should be having that here soon. Here, just so you guys can see. Thank you to Avalon for providing this to me because I was asking them for it. But again, chat, you are here. We're literally knocking on the door to this. Very Sugoroku. I don't know if we're talking about recollection campaigns and shit. I'd have to look at the timing of how things went down on JP. I mean, we know we're getting the 30 million campaign next week. Are you talking about like the clear support campaign? Talking about this? I guess it does have the recos in it. Yeah, maybe then. We'll see. Because it looks like this at least started October 1st. We had the 30 million downloads a couple of days later. We had the event pre-release for Fairy Sugoroko, and we had Fairy Sugoroko. So it's possible. However, I am going to say that at the end of the day, it wouldn't surprise me if they still delay this just so they have something more in like the later months. Because again, we're looking at October when this is like September for us, right? So we do have the Gouda rerun coming early. Mid-November is that, which that pretty much syncs up. So yeah, between this and this, we are right back on track. So we would maybe be a couple of days behind this. But given that this is mid-December, they probably still have the interlude campaign. They still have the LB6 support campaign. I don't know. Like, they easily could, they easily might not, because they have to kind of run each one of these, and you can see they did one of these kind of per month. But I would expect that this is still going to be the case. Like, you're still going to get the LB7 support campaign in December. You're still going to get the LB6 one in November. Therefore, we can assume, that October is going to be LB5. So I wouldn't bet that they will, but we'll see. Czar, they give it the 85. Holy hell. And hello, IA. Hello, Ahado. Thank you for the watch streak, Phoenix. I think of the servants you can get from the ticket, and only Lee is the only one I don't have, so I'll use that upgrade to upgrade someone else. I mean, or you could use it to complete Lee. But yes, I understand. Like I said, Laratoria to me is arguably the best choice. And the reason I say arguable is because I do want to disclose again that people have different stages of their accounts that they're at. There's not this like guaranteeable like this is your best choice. Okay, so that's truly all I have. Yeah, I need way more bronze than anything else. So I think I need to start taking supports that have bronze on it. I'm literally done with every other metric, so. Butterfly, I wish that I could fly the purple sky. Can't wait for next week. I finally getting a waiver after 9 years of playing this game. It's funny because at least he has the upgrades, so now he does have more usage. Ooh, we get a double today. Let's see what we got. Shitty 3-star CE. Well, that was a pause there. It's a servant at least. Lanza. Got lucky, just rolled KP Ultra with a single. Nice. It is very lucky. Actually, hold on. Hold that thought. Dude, I feel like we get so much quartz on JP now. Like, you guys saw where I was at from my rolls. And I dipped even lower. I dipped into like the 600s. We're already back at 732. I still have my quartz fragments, so boom, there you go. We're at 767. Now we're only 133 quartz off of pity, and that's not including the tickets. So that's actually pretty damn good, all things considered. Like, this is what I say. I feel like JP is just handing it out like candy at this point, which is great. Especially if you're somebody that already has an established account, you can just kind of sit back on your laurels and be like, is what it is. Happy 5-120 Jack. My single target assassin needs are covered. Yeah. Promise to get her to 120 for that? I mean, you don't have to be just because she's the first one that showed up, but I do get the sentiment. Okay. Just rolled. Oh, yeah. Samples are free. I mean, pretty much. That's what I was saying. It's like, it really just does feel like they give out so much of it. Ooh. Ooh. However, chat has reminded me of something. Something that I have to do because I'm gonna forget if I don't. Wait, what was I doing? Yoink. Come here, Grail casting. Almost forgot you. So let's see. There's 2 new pens at 120 each, so I need at least 240 coins of every unit. February's new God of War, Persona 4 Remake, and Fable all come out within a week of each other. I have been liking the changes that Fable seems to be making. They do seem to realize that their characters are just extremely ugly at this point and frumpy and not at all like attractive looking. And I think like that's fine. Not every character has to be good looking, but it's almost like the polar opposite where it is every character is bad looking. And they at least seem to be trying to make it look better recently. So I don't know if that's just a marketing campaign or they've actually changed the game, but we'll see. But I assume that sort of thing to be a marketing campaign, and truly, if it is, I don't believe Fable's going to do well. I think, unfortunately, this is the first Fable game that is not made by Lionsgate or Lionshead. Yeah, I think it's Lionshead Studios. Lionsgate is the movie producers. But I think like that already alone is a troublesome thing. And I think when you take the original creators out of a IP, you start having problems. And I don't believe that they're going to do as good of a job with it as they should. I know the studio that did it is Forza effectively, but it's still a little bit concerning. Will look like Cammy, yeah. But it's just, to me, the new Fable game does strike me as if it's loaded up with a bunch of, like... Oh, I don't know. The same sort of, like, problems of, like, oh, you can't have attractive female characters. It lends itself to the male gaze and stuff like that. Like, all those stupid, like, lines and everything are like, you can't make your women too attractive. It makes other women feel inferior and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh my god, dude, it's so tiresome at this point. And I will say, at least from like Gamescom, it seemed like a bunch of the games are finally shifting back towards like, hey, no, like sex sells. Let's have attractive characters in our games. Let's not try to like pander to the uglier parts of society. And I'm not saying this to like denigrate any of those people. Like, even if chat, some of you may be in the uglier parts of society, myself included. I actually don't think that I look that good. But to me, it's one of those things of like, I really wish that they would stop making that, because a lot of video games are escapism, they are fantasy, they are idealism. And there is a visual idealism for a lot of things. So it's like, I get it, but yeah, it just feels like it's so overblown now. That's about camera angles in movies. It was never supposed to be about the consumer. Yep. And it's hilarious because camera angles in movies still do that to this day. Like, all the complaints about that didn't impact that. Instead, somehow it ended up affecting like gaming far more. And I don't get that at all. Wait, did I do both the Grailcasts? Yes, I think so. Yeah, okay. Peanut, thank you for the 55, buddy. How you doing today? When do we unlock the other Hakuno? It's not until next year, if I remember correctly. So like, you get your first choice coming up here, and then after that you have to choose. After that you don't have another option until they like bring them back later on. I think it's either on the main interlude, I believe, is when it's a thing. Yeah. What do I think of OC3 so far? It's an interesting enough premise, but dear lord, it drags on and on and on. It has way too many fluff moments and really just does not need to. Like, I know some people were saying that they liked, because I remember we had at least one person in chat that was like, oh, OC3 is my favorite so far. I like it better than OC2 and everything. And I'm like, I just don't see how. Like, unless you're just a huge, like, fan of Moon Cancer lore or the Sakura faces, OC3 to me just actually straight up seems worsely written than OC2. And it's crazy because we know Nasu wrote this. But I don't know what he was doing with this one. It's like he just... It's almost like he turned the story into an entire summer event. And what I mean when I say this is that the story is just a continuation of summer rather than like an addendum at the end or anything like that. Like, it's not its own self-contained story. It literally includes the same theming and writing of summer. And that's why we keep having these, like, really robust slice-of-life segments that include a lot of crap that just doesn't matter. But it's like, I don't hate it. It's just one of those deals where I feel like the pacing of this is terrible right now. Part 2 of OC3 seems all over the place, yeah. So where did part 1 of OC3 end, chat? Like, what chapter? Oh, my long kid seems to have stuck on a play for 4 hours. I get that. That Moon needs to learn to edit. Yeah. And everything he writes has got to be a masterpiece. I agree with that. And I think, of all people, I have a lot of respect for Nasu, but I think I'm one of the few people in the FGO community that just doesn't think Nasu is God. Like, he's a fantastic writer most of the time, but yeah, I don't believe everything he's written has been amazing. Part 1 is 9 sections? Okay. Yeah, so that's... Hunting rares is usually considered to be a Pokemon thing. Granted, there are also such things in MMOs. Less is more. I do believe that's the case in some of this. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Nothing that was said, like, we just started the segment. Nothing that was said here mattered. Literally nothing. All of this is fluff. Every single bit of that first segment did not matter, and we did not need it. It provided no context, no characterization, no development of the character. It literally did not fucking matter. They could have just cut that entire part out, and that is my chief complaint. There is so much shit here that is just inane drivel. It does not matter to the story in the slightest. I feel like I'm reading Jane Eyre or some shit where it just... They spend 50 pages describing how the house looks. And it loses my focus and attention. I can't focus on it because nothing gripping is actually getting said. How often do you say that and then it was important later? Never. I honest to God, there are definitely points where I can tell the story gets serious and I pay attention to it. And like, I laser focus in the second I realize that that's what's going on. But there are so many times where it truly just doesn't fucking matter. Like, at least this, we're now beginning to talk about the moon cancers, right? But what I'm trying to say there is the first several paragraphs of this story chapter were completely unnecessary in any way, shape, or form. Skip some parts is what I always did. Yeah, you can usually tell when they're not going to say anything important. This floor is indeed floor, yeah. Creamy, I remember they spent like 3 pages just describing the like vine-covered bricks on the outside of the house. And I remember when I got to the end of the 3rd page, I was like, oh my god, I hate this book. And by the way, the description of that house was so that they could tell you what the house looked like before it burnt down. So, man, you want an effort for fucking nothingness? There you go. Yes, I'm not kidding. Kept losing motivation to read because of that. I can say there was definitely a lot of slice of life within LB7, but I at least found it entertaining. I feel like I don't find most of the slice of life in this chapter entertaining. And that, I will admit, that's a personal thing. It's like, I'm not as invested in the characters for whatever reason. That's why I said, like, if you're a huge Saberface fan, this chapter's probably a lot better to you. Compared to me, it's like, I just don't fucking care. And they're not even really dealing too much with the Saberfaces. Like, again, we're getting exposition here from Bartholomew Roberts, who I give 2 shits about. And I get that they're trying to make us like him, but Bartholomew himself has no likable, endearing quality other than he is a simp for girls that have one eye covered. That's it. And only when he has those simp moments is he even remotely, like, interesting as a character. It's enough, yeah. Well, keep in mind, too, a lot of it is writers have to keep their jobs. And one of the easiest ways to keep their jobs is to keep making sure that every story chapter is just long as shit. Like, see, this is at least an interesting dialogue now. And TRXM3, thank you for the follow. Again, I just want to state, chat, I do in general like the story. It's just one of those where I'm getting annoyed because I want them to get on with it, and they just keep fucking about. Like, I want to know what happens next, but we have to talk about everything before it happens. No, you're not. And that's the problem. You can't shake those doubts because you're trying to exterminate humanity, which is a self-fulfilling prophecy for those concerns. It's the idea of, if they expect me to be a monster, then I'll become the monster that they expect. And it's like, well, you're just proving them right. Sure, Janako, you don't speak for old humanity entirely. The nobody would ever think that line is just categorically false. Janako is also a giant neat, yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure who she was talking about was Karna there. They're paid by word count and published one chapter at a time like fanfics these days. Very interesting how things have changed in the publishing industry. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, that's exactly how, like, Shonen Jump and stuff works, right? Like, serialized manga just gets done week after week. You incompetent boob. Have them write another in the meantime. Right, but then what happens when they've written all of it? Ah, chapter 10 is short at least. Okay, chat. So... still Saberface only. That's not a Saberface, hold on. Just throw Lulter in there for right now. So, we're up against a Moon Cancer that does make Bunny my best bet. Is she gonna slay? What if we switch to Jerker and remove the K-scope? It will kill. Okay. Low structural similarity between stuff like, say, Chainsaw Man and Count of Monte Cristo. Count of Monte Cristo serialized? That's interesting. Ah, Gaia getting mentioned. What nerve. Hmm. And every Charles Dickens work? Ooh, I did not realize that. Mm-hmm. After the debate with LB7, they actually put her in story finally. Have that face. What's up, Shadow? Nostalgic Santa. Here comes the cock block brigade. Yeah, I did find that interesting. Hmm. He got a frickin' Happy Meal. He wants a tournament arc, chat. So she wants to fight. Oh boy, Tip's death. That's an ominous one to get. A tournament's arc? Yes. Oh. Is this a survive? No, I think I have to actually do this. Fuck. Just a 1 million HP boss, easy peasy. 1 million HP boss with break bar guts and debuff immunity for 1 turn and something else. I don't remember. As long as she doesn't charge to full, we're probably okay. Go with the Brave Chain. I wanted to do Mighty, but... Skill Seal's a little spicy. Please do not 3-hit her. Okay. We're just gonna go for the Archchain here. We do not, in fact, have a summer variant of Arc. Yeah, it's kind of surprising. Actual boss fight so much worse. I mean, now that I know what I'm dealing with, I should be a little bit more capable. I'm gonna protect her for this turn. And as long as she doesn't instant charge, we should be okay. Okay. Actually, I can. No, we're gonna play it safe. Round of Avalon. It is 100% better. Yeah. I like her third Ascension outfit a lot. I keep her in random, basically, because I like all of the Ascension forms. I wish that we had gotten more of a summer variant of her, because only her second form is really an actual, like, swoop. Silence. I can't. Only room for one blonde on this moon. And by one, I mean 20. And for silly vampire to be silly, yeah. That's fair. Hopefully the chapters are shorter. Planetary eggs. You keep seeing the theme of an egg. Oh, okay, that's a long one. So we're gonna get Arcus Gaia. Wait a minute. See, like, this is an interesting and something that I've been wondering about. So, like I said, just to contrast my earlier statements, this is a point where the story is giving you quality exposition that matters. Wait, what? I just want to say, this "and by dreaming they're born" is some Final Fantasy X levels of bullshit. Titus moment, yeah. Not the first form life takes, rather they are the first way it looks. In other words, they are souls looking to create new planets, meant to succeed them. Bro, I get that he's like trying to explain what an archetype is, but holy shit, that was a roundabout way of not saying very much. Yeah. So she knows we're from the 21st century. I believe the Japanese use the term star, and that's why we translate it to planet, because it's confusing. Because in Japanese, a star can mean the sun, but it can also just mean a planet. So Earth is a star. And that's why we see... And I say this, I don't know. I just know from, like, Nasu's writings that's what he's meaning when he says star. And it looks at least like that's probably why they translated it as planet, because it's clear that that's what his intention is. But yes, you're not necessarily picking up on the dual meaning of it. And that's why that whole translation came out a little weird. Yeah, what do you guys think of the new MiHoYo Elden Ring ripoff? By the way, chat, I really want to fucking point out just how insane this sentence is. Like, based off everything I know, and again, I'm not an expert on Tsukihime, but these two things should not be able to be the same at the same time. And I think that's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to indicate that there's a difference here, and that's fine if there is, but like... that's why I think my brain's getting thrown for a loop. Let's wait and see what he's up to. You should not wait and see what he's up to. Bro's creating a Tesla tower. Ironic since he's Edison. Why can't she be both? To go into that, I would have to start explaining Tsukihime spoilers. And I don't want to. And again, like I said, I have not read Tsukihime. I just know some of what goes on in it and the explanations for what a true ancestor is. But that's my interpretation. So perhaps someone that's read Tsukihime knows more than me. And that's where it's like, yeah, I just openly am admitting that my my knowledge here is lacking. I don't think he would ever create a Tesla tower, right? It'd be an Edison tower. Nasu's work's all about breaking the rules. You're not wrong. Yeah. Phrase archetype Earth never shows up in the VN, and I didn't think it did. And like I said, I'm gonna have to wait to see what further the story has to say on this. But yes, because she is a true ancestor, based off what they just told us about an archetype, she should not be able to be archetype Earth. And I'm trying to make that point clear so that people understand why I'm saying that. I'm not saying she can't be an archetype. I'm saying she shouldn't be able to be archetype Earth. So something has to be different. Yeah, like this is also just fluff to get us to the next transition. God damn it. And here comes that transition now. I can't really comment on the same, unfortunately. No, it's fine. I don't expect you guys to spoil me and give me the answer. I'm just saying this is what I'm currently thinking, is that those two concepts are not congruent. They cannot overlap. But we'll see whether or not that is the case. Barton is chat GPT, yeah. I did, Skylar. God damn it. Moo. Yep. Crab hand. Clamp down on our diversity. Well, none of the starting members are Saberfaces. Ah, yes. Double. I don't have a Saber-faced Boon Cancer to use. However, I am going to switch to Gray. Switch that. Oh, you're already in the party. What? Why is my party cost so high this time? That should be good enough. Dana showing up in every story? Yeah. Oh, it's all at once. Yeah, we'll do it like that. I don't believe I'll be able to one-shot here because I don't have Castoria buffs, but this should be close. I think the boar will live with a probably like 100,000. Maybe less. Yeah, nope. We're pretty much right on the spot. We'll go Mighty Chain here. The Beebs, yep. It's at least an interesting turn of events. I certainly did not expect this. Chat, where does section 2 end and section 3 begins? Like, what chapter? Because I'm clearly already in section 2. What's up, Ice? If it MP1's nice, yep. Okay, this is literally all gonna be beach. fluff slash fan service. Tim Curry too? Yeah. Yeah, Dolly Parton and Tim Curry this week. It's fucking awful, man. Like, this year has already claimed so many people. And we also, I think, had Hayden Panettiere, or Panettiere, however you say her name, earlier this month. Of course he's gonna strip. Oh god. I like how Seal just randomly changed into her swimsuit. I mean, I'm surprised they don't just release it as like a skin for him, because I don't think he's a popular enough character that would actually sell well as an alter. But yeah, like, I feel like that's a perfect skin for him, because I honest to God think he could use a, like, glow up. I get it, everyone's having fun at the beach, but come on. Probably test run and people didn't care, yeah. Well, this is already beginning to narrow down who A is. Yeah, chat, I'm going super fast. Would have been tempted. Yeah, and that's fair. Like, striking while the iron's hot usually is a good idea. In any case. Like, regardless of who the character is. When they are relevant to the story and they are an interesting character, it usually is the best time to roll. Especially when I need them for Seal and Space Irish, yeah. Like I said, I just got them with my, Pure Prisms. Hmm. So yeah, why would they? You can also tell just from the music sometimes when the conversation's getting serious. An exception, she says. Unless it's all a setup to get us to kill ourselves. And I do get that. It's probably so that we find out the answer, but like, holy shit, guys. Maybe ask us to find the answer to the mystery. Don't spend half the time trying to kill us. Granted, that's typical BB behavior. Lets the cat out of the bag. Your prisms, are they tasty? Yes. They allow you to get the things that you don't want to have to farm. But I assume that you have used them all. Yeah, it really is going to backseat us. To an extent, yes. Surely that means she'll have rank 10 skills, chat. Immortality, huh? Poor Anthony, he's gonna have culture shock. What's up, Aniko? Hello, banana sandwich? It's interesting that they didn't give Lip the swimsuit here. And I think it's because they're like, oh, well, we can't do too many Sakura faces in one summer. And then they did Double King Protea 2 years from now. Yup, so it's just like the Sapphire Galaxy. Mm-hmm. I mean, what if we just let her wipe out Moon Dubai? Like, do we even care? Because as long as we can go back, we don't care if Ereshkigal kills everyone. Oh, chat, it's Doom Day. The image on the screen seems to be frozen. I'm noticing that, actually. Weird. Oh. Sorry about that, chat. You basically just missed Ereshkigal showing up again. And her being like, oh, you better come attack me before I come back to attack the second time, because if I do, I'm gonna wipe out Moon Dubai. And you're like, oh well. It does make me wonder if either Ereshkigal somehow is what wiped out Earth in this timeline because they were immortal, or it's a case of the excuse is just that humanity wiped themselves out effectively. Stolfo's getting bored. Well, I think the truth both lies in Ereshkigal being here and also what the true nature of BB is, because like BB Summer had Nyarlathotep inside of her. And I'm wondering if BB Dubai is a similar scenario. Champion of Slanesh? God, I hope not. Okay. Yay! Section 11 done. Oh wait, yeah, okay. I thought that was the end of Section 11. I'm losing sense of time now. Um. Hmm. Okay. Then that. Do I have another 60%? See. I know I do, but the time chamber, yeah. That works. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just use this as an easy opportunity to get away with a 4-star C. And then we go with Umu. Yes, Umu. And why not? Let's just slap a 4% attack buff on it. I want BB to go to the back. I'm thinking that it needs to be like that. Follow me event. And that was all his decision. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, Bart, yeah. Okay. Gave me a lot of charge, thank God. Because this is just going to be about, like, how can I farm shit out? Who selects characters from what? We've seen in interviews and other stuff. Yeah, I mean, the characters, I do feel like some devs definitely have their favorites, and it's very apparent. Because you definitely see certain characters more often than others. Like, I feel like early on in FGO's history, we saw Ilya, like, all the fucking time. Okay, she should easily overpower this, so not gonna blow my load here. But what we will do, free card to get Saber some arts, and she actually killed it. Holy shit! And got a lucky crit. Huh. Thundering a lot. Easy kill. Way too much, and seeing them instantly makes the story a bit worse for me at this point. I kind of agree. Could go Mighty Chain, but I'm basically at this point just trying to get everybody charged. Dumbass confused himself, as one does when they're dealing with a stall foe. Okay, Salter's gonna bar pop and kill that dude. Unless they kill Salter. Okay, good. I was about to say. Holy shit. I actually should have postcarded the NP for that. It might have changed the crit chance. But yeah, I feel like on one hand there's a dose of nostalgia that they have to have. And I'm okay with it, but it definitely does feel like there are some favorites being played behind the scenes. I know, like, some people would be like, oh, well, like, Saber's one of them. Like, yes, but Saber is one of the main Fate characters. If there's any nostalgia there, it is for, like, someone like her. Same thing with the Sakura faces, same thing with the Ren faces. I don't really have any issues with any of them showing up. Chat, rare Lily NP? I could absolutely just card this guy to death, but we gotta get the rare Lily MP off. Right in the balls. Yep. Yes, the Nutcracker. Even though she's not a Christmas. Chat, I'm just going to be reading through this real fast because this is all lead up to the actual fight. Wait. Humans spent a lot longer than 3,000 years. At best estimates, we've spent about 15,000 years. Like, minimum. I'm sorry. Changed my class by eating them. So she's literally trying to be Fat Bastard from Austin Powers. She's trying to be like, get in my belly. She wants the moon cancer. It's also interesting that they made Kazura drop the crazy one in LB6, and now King Protea is the crazy one in this one. Thank you, Edo. You got buried in the sand. Okay, the master is unflappable. That may not be far off from the truth. Are we unflapjackable? Yes. Now I want pancakes. Why does 12 have to be so long? Bro, we don't need to do this whole recap K-drama BS. Ah, it's Melt. Oh, it's not. It's Hakuno. Yep. On the reverse side of the world. Planet's inner sea. I picked female on JP, but yeah, maybe I'll pick male as well. I mean, it's clear they're setting up female to be the villain, but we also had a throwaway line early on that was implying that Hakuno is effectively a double agent. He's helping us get to the end, but both him and both the male and the female are working together. Same VA as 2B, yep. Means the same VA as Morgan, correct? Yeah. Didn't delete them. We didn't see them disappear. Okay. Forced into using passion again. And then Ash as well. Honest to gods, this is just a job for Morgan. Just rotate her in. Her passion lip. We should be good. Okay. Yes, a prisoner bird. Because there just had to be a random bird here. I hate these terms. Well, wyvern? It's not a wyvern. I think. I guess by the Monster Hunter definition it is. Okay, 1 crit. 2 crit. One turn, baby. Told you it was a job for Morgan, chat. Caw, motherfucker. Caw! I have her wallet. Caw! I was gonna say, she's just gonna start smashing. Anthony's the key. Earthly wyverns, yes. True salt of the earth wyverns. Earth traded because they float above the earth. In the same way that golems are sky traded because they exist under the sky. Which is exactly why he was hiding himself. Mm-hmm. As urgent as it was essential. So Beckman must have been responsible for the distrust of AI. Yep. So that's our answer to the mystery. But it's weird that King Protea knows of this, but BB Dubai does not. A different Beckman is the guy from Seraph, yeah. And hence the point. If the AI does not in fact know this, the AI is not in fact Beckman. It's just a hollow reproduction of Beckman. Meaning that none of these AIs are actually humanity. They're a cheap imitation of them. But if AI is the one that rendered the planet uninhabitable, then it's still technically a war between humans and AI. It's like he said, that life is boring. Never die. You have everything you ever want. Life just keeps going on, but nothing ever fucking happens. Part of what makes human life beautiful is death. Well, the whole idea of Lost Belt at this point contends that it contends with the idea of like, what is humanity? How do you define humanity? And my answer to this is simple. Humanity is what is human. And that which is human is humanity. So if anything, all of these attempts in these Lost Belts are attempts to show there are other types of humanity. I contend that they are not humanity, and that's the entire point of why we are purging these Lost Belts. And at this point, these are real calls. Like, in most of the Lost Belts, humanity had been fundamentally warped out of being human. Hence the theoretical pruning phenomenon. Okay, so she wasn't talking about Karna, she was talking about Hakuno. Something doesn't have a limit, then its value is either priceless or worthless. It's a good way of looking at it. And I guess the idea between what is priceless and what is worthless is perspective. Has Kiki tried FGO? No, not really. She's asked me many questions about it over time, but she has not tried it out for herself yet. Truth be told, she is far too busy, and I mean, you guys can see, even for me, our life has become so busy that I can only stream 3 days a week now, pretty much, and, you know, some of that time is spent on FGO, some of that time is not. I still play FGO regularly, but, you know, it's to the extent that when I play off stream, I do things very quickly, and I just kind of focus on keeping my AP down and staying on top of the various tasks that FGO throws at you, like events and things. This is actually a hilarious statement by the translators. And I get that they're translating what was written on the Japanese side of things, but there is the saying that ignorance before the law is not innocence. So in other words, just because you were ignorant that you were committing a crime doesn't mean that you are in fact innocent of committing the crime. So this statement is basically the polar opposite of American law. But she'd like the FGO anime more than the game. Yeah, that's to that extent. I really wish that they would find some sort of expedited full encapsulation of like FGO story. And I do wonder if like years down the line, if FGO kind of closes up shop or stops like its progress on the development side of things, if they'll do something like that. There's got to be some way to preserve the story for the future. Her other self won't lie to the player earlier in the ordeal call. Well, to be fair, I think obviously we have cases of like unreliable narration and things like that and appeal to authority, but I think at the end of the day, that's BB saying that like she never truly lies, she just kind of omits things and doesn't like she says stuff that has dual meanings. She's duplicitous, just not in the way that you think she is. Stayed in the mountain for all those years, yeah. Honestly, out of every story that FGO's done, I believe Avalon LaFay would be the hardest one to adapt. And the reason why is because Avalon LaFay is very long, and it relies heavily on the unreliable narrator and appeal to authority tropes, which means that your reader has to be paying very close attention to understand. And that's something like that's novel level of detail, and that's something that movies and shows always struggle to bring forward into their mediums, is the minutia of conversation at key points. Especially because a lot of the stuff in there is like throwaway lines from like Oberon and Da Vinci and Morgan Le Fay and stuff like that. So yeah, they can try to hit them all, but I doubt they actually will, and I doubt it would achieve the same effect. More words than Lord of the Rings? I mean, that's not surprising. Lord of the Rings isn't super long. Lord of the Rings definitely has flowery language and points where it has a little bit of fluff, but it is very amazing at how it is written and how the language is wielded. And the only thing I can tell you is that it's very close to how like OC2 was, in the sense of it's very succinct and to the point of everything matters in the books. Even the smallest stuff that you're told is you're usually being told for a reason. And the only fluff that truly exists are things to liven the scene and describe the events that are unfolding before you. Like, when you're reading through Lord of the Rings, you get to the section with Tom Bombadil, and that absolutely seems like a fucking filler segment. And then you realize that it's arguably one of the most important segments in the first book. Yeah, you'd have to almost do like a full like season at least worth of an anime show, and it would still be very difficult, I feel like, to hit all the major parts. God, Pashalip's just trying to kill herself over and over again. Yeah, I agree with that, John. Earth is always meant to be. That's her definition of it, right? Him. It's me, a JoJo character. Technically, aren't we his senpai? Since he's born after us? Time-wise? Fair play to use against Witch King in Book 3, yeah. LB6 would need 2 seasons minimum, maybe 2 seasons in a movie, 1 for each part. I don't know. I'm just saying it would be very difficult for them to adapt it because so much of it relies on the written language of every segment. And how you just keep bouncing from one thing to the next. Camelot was too scattered? I didn't think Camelot was that scattered. Like, in that regard, I'd actually argue LB6 is more scattered than Camelot was. Your summons seem a lot more difficult to me. Oh, thank you. She says the bleaching only happens in our world, and the bleaching happens supposedly because of the foreign god, and the foreign god descends upon us using Olga Emperor's body. Yeah, I think you're caught up on this, like, oh, somehow they are proper human history for, but that's not the case. Like, for instance, we literally know we are proper human history. We've been told this numerous times. This is a, like, future Lost Belt, in effect. It was pruned. This is something where literally it has no business existing. So that's why I'm saying, like, she can say that all she wants, that, like, this is how Earth was intended to be. Not. And I suspect that there is an element of, like, Gaia inside this BB, and that's what's going on. That's why they gave us the Gaia tease earlier. The first movie I never bothered with. The second didn't have tight... oh, you're talking about the movies. So, I saw a lot of people shit on the Camelot movies. The second one was phenomenal. Absolutely amazing. The first one... I didn't have as big of a problem with it, other than, yes, they cut out some of the comedy. But to be fair, they did the exact same thing with the LB7 anime. So, or sorry, Singularity 7 anime. So like that sort of thing was not unexpected at this point. They clearly are trying to make the animes more serious and not as lighthearted. First movie is fine. People overreacted. Yes. I think there were a lot of people trying to whip people up about it. I could name names. I definitely saw some comments from other content creators and stuff that I completely disagreed with at the time. And I'm not saying like it was amazing or anything like that, but the first movie I did not think was bad. And there were a lot of people who were like, no, it was terrible. I can't believe they did this. Why would they do this? And I'm like, okay. We are the true humanity and are fighting for our place to be proper human history, when in actuality, we wouldn't, and trying to replace. Yes, however, I think you have to at least take the fact that we are proper human history at face value. There are multiple timelines in the Nasuverse. There are things that don't make a whole lot of sense. If you try to include, like, FGO with Faith Stay Night, with Prisma, with Apocrypha, like all of them are their own what if scenario. And that's the thing I think everybody has to remember, is that FGO is this specific one scenario. We are proper human history in FGO. Everything else, it doesn't matter what they say. Like, it's their perspective, but that doesn't mean that they're entirely right. But it's the story that we are playing. And to be fair, we already have had a, like, bait and switch on that avenue, because the entire thing going on with Chaldea, we know that Chaldea, prior to us, the last master of humanity, that Chaldea was an evil organization. That it was up to no good. And that organization is actually who we are fighting against. We are fighting against ourselves to preserve humanity and its future. That's an interesting theory. But I truly don't believe we are a lost timeline with a dead end. You should definitely give part 2 a shot, man. Like I said, and, you know, some people in chat there agreed with me. People overreacted to part 1. There was a lot of people that are just like, no, this is shit. And I'm like, it's really not. I don't know why anyone thinks about that. Because you guys gotta understand, part 1 of the Camelot movie versus part 2. Part 1 stops when the logical progression of a story is rising action, rising action, rising action, climax, and then fall, and then ending. This is how most stories are written. Part 1 stops here. That doesn't make it bad. It's just the first part. And I think that's like what people didn't understand, is that it ends as a cliffhanger with rising action still in progress. Whereas, like, yes, then part 2 happens and you are headed towards the climax, you get the climax and the big payoff. And to be fair, the way the movie actually works is it's more like this. That's your actual flow, because they do part 1 where they give you like a mini climax and then conclusion. Stops all the events of FGO from happening? No. So, guys, keep in mind that Marisbury set all of this into motion with his Grail War. His Grail War happened like early 2000s, like 2004. So that, if anything, is your point of differentiation. Anything that comes after that was already in, let's just call it this Nasuverse timeline. I think you're on the right track, though. I think you're at least looking at, and this is something I think a lot of people forget, is the events of Fuyuki. The events of Fuyuki were incredibly important, and people have a tendency to forget them. So the Fuyuki singularity is where the timeline split? Not necessarily. Let me say it to you this way. Is the Fuyuki singularity where the timeline splits? Or is there something else that can happen to time? And I'm just going to say that and leave it at that. And, yeah, don't you dare fucking spoil. The storm pods refresh again? Yeah, you get 3 every day. That sad face. MP3 sheet keys pulling her weight. Yep. Hated that they didn't include the Ozzy beheading scenes. I mean, to be fair, can you blame them for not including that in an anime? Yep. Oh god. Decided not to include her. God damn it. So this predicted JP Summer. I hate it. Now you're thinking with portals. Or ah. Good. Like this. Ah, the wild apples aspirate. She was gonna call him senpai. Yeah, we're making good progress today. Already on section 13. I think we started at the end of section 9. Wait, did I read that right? Halter? Are they trying to say that that's Protea Alter? Because I hate that. I actually hate that. That's a terrible translation. Yeah, okay. I guess this was just an actual discussion. Like, then what the hell do you abbreviate? Like, to be fair, historically, it's really only the Saberfaces that we've ever abbreviated the alters for. Alter, Salter, yada yada yada, right? Like, what do you abbreviate Edison Alter as? Is he E Alter? must actually put Japanese, which feels worse. No! I mean, at least that would be funny, but only because of the translation that we have. I just don't know why they didn't say it the way that, like, everybody on the English side of things does say, which is KP alter. So, the fiend that is in Area G is her, like the monster that's been destroying everything. They never use fan-created terms. Yeah, I have noticed that. It's very weird. And I don't know if that's, we have to prove that we're worth our money, and we're not going to be beaten by the fan translation crowd, or something along that lines for, like, job security. Okay. Ah, yes. Foreigner on foreigner action. I will take an alter ego, but unfortunately we only have one Saberface alter ego. This is a foreigner, so Berserker's not the best choice. Honestly, Jelter, get in there in the back line. Do some work. Work that thing. We're gonna let you go with Sweet Crystal just in case. Alright, let's see. Alter for Tesla alter. That means bitch insanity, yeah. Oh. I cannot use quick cards, and I'm sealed. What do I want here? I like the idea of just buff blocking the ever-loving piss out of this thing. Really? Double X has the dragon trait. I'm actually surprised by that. I feel like that's something I should have known and have never really paid attention to. Definitely gonna need to keep Hakuno. Okay. Wow, no crits out of that. Holy shit. To be fair, that's a very Saber thing to say for. Okay, I have to say that this does not invalidate the run. I have to use Hakuno. It's literally a gimmick designed to force you to, like, use him. Again, I attempted to nullify the buffs hoping it would stop this, and even that didn't. So, it's just a damned if I do, damned if I don't. Wait, did we get the thing that... Okay, it does. Heaven attribute. Just use sure hit, yep. He's talking over else, pretty much. Oh, cool. Thank God. Ow. May as well use the Jalter cards to get her back to an MP. Love the R farming in his MP though, yeah. You play the Hakuno trial quest, you like it? At least give me a ticket for it. Did I have trouble fighting on JP for this singularity? No. I think there's only one fight in this singularity that gave me any actual issue, and I still don't remember it being that bad. Damn, bro just straight up revealed the plot twist. Okay, so that's a lie. I'm a former human from a different world. Okay, so this does at least clarify that this is not in the Moon Cell timeline. Yeah, how weird is it going to be when we get to 2030 and we have a moon base? Do you think that they're going to put a moon cell on the moon base? Curious how you'll handle a particular fight in this. Well, I have a unit that's really good at it. That's all I'll say. And that unit is going to have to solo most of the fight for. Actually, count for a Saberface run if their cards used calls Nero. I like the way you think. No, I will not count that, but I can at least say that we did get the card that summoned Nero specifically for the one forced use that we had of him. Imagine we have to fight our opposite gender selves later on, right? Well, we've already had our gender swapped at one point. My god, it's Comic-Con. Never split the party, chat. Weird sculpture on the roof. I was not really a fan of Summer 5, at least for its initial inception. I didn't hate the idea of a horror thing, though, and I think that's why in the end I was, like, okay with the story. But the way that they went about it, like the character choice and stuff, that's where I had, I think, the most issue. This is cool. Yeah, I wonder why. Panting Cake Table Garden. Singular experience, all for you. They sell one cake, and it's only open for 1 hour. peace of my mind about their operating hours. Later, Kimba. Number 5 gimmick, yeah. Got birds. Well, with where we are at in the story, we know why Mars Murray killed himself. So there's that. The gender swap glitch, yeah. Okay. So I need a moon cancer. I don't frickin' have one. Does MASH have to be in the party? MASH does not. Perfect. Be gone.
どこから潰したもの早炊きですカルメナ政権係ではあり炎に激しく要注意接続メール全開目を背けないでそういいでしょう私の足元で許しを超えます落ちよ
Plans her alter to be a moon cancer? No, I mean, if anything, people have asked for her to be an Avenger. I don't really care. I just want to see an interesting implementation of Lancer Alter because I feel like she deserves it. And again, I want to see more on the Wild Hunt. As cool as OC2 was, I actually do believe that the most upsetting thing for me at OC2 was they used the Wild Hunt and it is just a shallow use of it. There's no explanation given. You never see the character again, and you're just like, what the fuck? Give me more. Okie dokie. All around. This do be making things harder. However, that's probably my best loadout right there. I need to get the Berserkers out of this party. Actually, yeah, we probably go with that. Slap a Honey Lake on. And then that. Like, literally, it takes me longer sometimes to set up the party than it does to actually, like, fight the battle. I thought they only had one cake. We were lied to. 50,000 calories? Yep. Well, chat, we've entered into the Fey realm. And it could only be a Saberface that eats this much. It's go time. Okay.
魔人パワー全開。本気出してしまうと本気で行くぜ。そういうことか。無理、無理、無理。3個を束ねて無給となす。絶見無給三段。
Okay, that was enough just to break the bar around the outset. She cloned herself, what the hell? Okay, I don't think that's gonna matter. It's just gonna be a two-turn. I think you only have to beat the right one. It ain't gonna matter. See, that's the thing. Was it foresight or just the fact that I was forced to take my only alter ego? She's a rumbly in the tumbly chat. $50,000 calories every day. Bro got the itis. So she just went full-blown, like, zombie mode and started eating sweets. In a prison of my own caking. Oh, 4 still going. Alright, let's finish off chapter 13. Oh, we know who the alter ego that we're gonna have to fight is. Damn. Sayonara. Okay. Oh god, 888. Ugh. Ugh, what is wrong with you? Also, gotta love it. They forced you to take a foreigner to an alter ego fight. It's just sometimes I can't even, man. What do I want to take here? I mean, if the buff's applied to my own, that might be worth it, but sadly, no. Rather than Jolter, let's take her in case something falls to shit here. Rare to get a Saberface support. Like, we had it happen in LB6, but outside of LB6, I don't really feel like it's ever happened in story. Okay. Did we get Mo in LB3? Did we? Maybe. It's been so long. You have to try. I know she has a bunch of stacks of NP defense, but a soft promotion today? What does that mean? That sounds like you got more responsibility for not more pay. Ow. That's kind of too good to pass up if she's actually stripping the stacks.
オルトリアクター封印破壊我こそは銀河を冠する古の王なればダイヤドクロスグレートアトラクトメザワそして不愉快です蹂躙打ちますレイアイスセットカットレス当てますクイーンストレート手慰みですね聖剣ばかりではありません宝具展開お呼びですか
Like, we removed a bunch of her stacks at least, so we gotta make while the getting's good here.
神域の技円卓は空席なれど清掃にほころびはなく楽園から離れようとグゼの童話は今も確かに目障りそして不愉快です目をつけましょう
Come on, quick crit.
星のように輝くよ
Such good refund, man. Considering I did not have an arts card there.
いい的です当てます危ない
Ow.
逃げない
Ow. Thank you for charging me to full.
差し違えてて宝具って待ちわびていましたオルトリアクター封印破壊我こそは銀河を冠する古の王なればダイヤドクロスグレートアトラクトです最果ての辛いあなたへあなたを信じてあなたを見上げて今の私は走っています胸に宿る星の鼓動コートビル・キャメロット目障りそして不愉快ですあなたのヒロインになれましたか
Any new hire they had in years. I mean, that's good. Suddenly she wants to know. At least they're acknowledging that it's just a shit ton of exposition, and there is the need to skip. Listen, chat, you can call her Palter. I'm not going to. You wanted cake? Uh... Jesus. I imagine having to consume 50,000 calories in a day. I'm pretty sure you would just die. I think the only people that are even remotely capable of something like that are like sumo wrestlers and NFL linemen. Oh boy, Interlude 2. The diabetes, right? Hmm. Okay. At least it was a short interlude. Oh my god, dude, why? Why? I can already tell there's just gonna be a shit ton of fluff in this. How do you cross out words? What do you mean? Okay. Aren't we outside the Burj Khalifa? Wait. Oh, if this is... Oh, I just had a thought about this storyline as to what the twist might be. Just have passion, let trash and crush them. I like how it's like, oh, the strongest being in all of Moon Dubai. I'm like, you're exempting BB Dubai. Yeah, I'm a little bit sad that they did this, and then 2 years later, they're just like, let's make an entire summer event out of this. Well, there's no way they're making this into an anime. Hmm. An imposter. So we're playing Among Us. Oh god. That's some shit BB Dubai did? So it actually knocked the towers down. Oh? I don't know why, but I thought we were further in section 14 already. That one pip was so fucking long. Yep. Yep, it's basically Tesla. Goodbye, Lion Kamina. Okay. Seriously, lady? Hmm. We're getting a Star Wars thing? Yes. God damn it. All humans were now servants. Okay.
She's certainly not more evil than Moon Dubai. Wormhole. Okay. Hmm. Which definitely makes it weird, because then how do we summon her, right? Like, how is she a character that can be imprinted upon the throne and summoned elsewhere? God. Basically a pillar of Damocles. I like how she said 0%. Which you know is a total lie. Hmm? Okay, chat. We got 3 pips into section 14, but I must stop there for tonight. So, we made great progress. Tomorrow I will be back again, but we'll probably be streaming the new Star Wars Zero Company, so I'm going to take a day off of FGO, because I've been streaming a shit ton of FGO here lately. But, obviously next week we will continue. We're probably going to have the new event come out on NA as well. So just stay tuned for some announcements from the NA side of things. In the meantime, let me see who all is on. I am seeing Miss Ivy on, so I'm gonna go send you guys her way. And again, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you guys haven't already, make sure you get on the Discord. And don't forget to, follow me here on Twitch. Follows are always free. As well as subscribe to both of my YouTube channels, both CAD Plays and CAD Rocks. Again, thank you guys. Go give Ivy my love. I'll see you guys later.